Well, a very good morning and welcome to Budapest. We're in the Pap Laszlo Arena for the opening day of competition at this year's World Judo Championships. Good morning and welcome to everyone. This is the second time in 4 years that Budapest has enjoyed the privilege and the honour of holding a World Judo Championships, and it's a slightly unusual situation, and I don't just mean about the pandemic, but it's not often that fighters get an opportunity to compete in their own country, far less on two occasions, and there are a few of the Hungarian team who are lucky enough to be enjoying a second outing at a World Championships, not least of all Tot Christian in the under 90 kilo category and the man with the longest history of representing Hungary, Ungvari Miklos, in the under 73 kilo category. But they will be later on in the week. Today it will be the turn of Czernowicki-Eva in the under 48 kilo category, and we can start by taking a look at what the format is like for this week of judo. We will have two weight categories on each day, and we'll begin today with the under 48 and the under 60 kilo category, and then we'll go through the weight categories until we come to next Sunday, when we'll have the team event, and I hope you will be with us for that, because that promises to be one of the most exciting aspects of the week. Right, well, let's start by taking a look at the top seeds in the under 48 kilo category, and we can begin with the world number one, Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Munkbat Uransetseg of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Julia Figueroa of Spain. And the number 4 seed is Melanie Clement of France. Now, there's going to be plenty of action in there, because apart from the top 8 seeds, all right, we've just mentioned the top 4, but there are 8 top seeded fighters. And outside of that group, we've got the unseeded Koga Wakana of Japan in Pool C. And then my particular favourite and my pick, really, Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan in Pool B. She is a world silver medalist, albeit in the upper weight category, the under 52 kilo category, but she's come down to compete at under 48 kilos and looks really settled, a little bit like Distria Krasniki, who was in between 48 and 52 for a while, but really does look very settled, very strong and very confident at 48 kilos. In there too is Shireen Boukli of France, just onward and upward, and you have to feel a little bit for Melanie Clement, her teammate, who up until say 6-8 months ago was probably a shoe-in for the Tokyo Olympic Games, but time has taken its toll, I'm afraid, and Shireen Boukli has just gone from strength to strength. She is now the number 1 pick for France, so look out for her. Right, in the under 60 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. The number 2 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain. The number 3 seed is Yago Abuladze, representing the RJF. And the number 4 seed is Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. Nagayama Ryuju, another unfortunate casualty, demonstrating the strength that the Japanese have. He will not, unfortunately for him, be going to the Tokyo Olympics as their representative. That honour falls to Takato Naohisa, and the Japanese have quite a number here who, for them, it's difficult to say that this is compensation, but they get a run out at the World Championships instead of the big one, the Olympic Games. In Pool C, the danger man there, I think, is Koga Genki, the second of the Japanese in the weight category. And then probably in Pool A, Walid Kaya of France, an exciting fighter who from time to time can just get that little bit over ambitious and get rolled over. Tonica Jakadova in Pool B for the Netherlands, and Jorre Verstraeten of Belgium in Pool C. Also fighters to look out for. And then I think you have to be looking at some outsiders, maybe from Asia, Lee Ha-rim of the Republic of Korea, and then all the way from Brazil, maybe we can see something from Eric Taka Batake today. As far as the lineup is concerned, you can see behind me we have 3 tatami. You will be able to choose which of the mats you want to watch. If you want to watch mat number 1, just click on 1, you will get that. Mat 2 and mat 3, and each of the mats has a commentator. We've got a really nice commentary team standing by for you. I'll introduce them in a minute, but just let's go back then and have a look at some of the matchups there. Back to the under 48 kilo category. We're looking at the number 1 seed Distria Krasniki with a 1-1 record against Shireen Bukli. They've gone head to head twice. It's 1-1, but I really see the only difficulty for Krasniki coming from the challengers from Asia. We've already mentioned Munkbat Urensetseg, the former world champion, and in there as well we go back to Tsunoda Natsumi and Koga Wakana. There is one other who could cause some problems in there, and that's Otgansetseg Galbadrak of Kazakhstan. That might be worth taking a look at. Then jump back up quickly to the under 60 kilo category. We've lost, unfortunately, the current world champion from Georgia, Lukumi Chukvimiani. He got pulled out, so that's unfortunate, and that really has left the field open for the number 1 seed Nagayama Ryuju. There are 2 Azeris in the field who I think might be worth having a look at. David Mamadzoy and Karamat Husseinov. I think that they could, if the draw works for them, do something. Right, we've got a minute to go, so that's time enough to introduce our commentary team as the fighters get ready to come into the area. We've got 3 world champions for you. Down on mat number 1, it will be former world champion at under 52 kilos, Loretta Cusack-Doyle. On mat 2, it will be former world champion and double Olympic silver medalist, Neil Adams. And down on mat 3 is the big man himself, the former heavyweight champion from the Netherlands, Dennis van der Geest. So, without any further ado, let's join the action. We'll join our commentary teams of Loretta Cusack-Doyle, Neil Adams, and Dennis van der Geest. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Competing 389 men, 279 women, and
Hungary
it's
for the World Judo Championships 2021. Today we will be watching the under 60 kilo category for men and the women's under 48s. And I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and I'll be covering on Tatami 1. We'll be just on our way in a few moments. Good morning and welcome to Budapest, Hungary for the World Judo Championships 2001. And we're just on our way now with the first day of competition, and we'll be covering the men's under 60 kilo category and the women's under 48s. I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle and I'll be following Tatami 1. And just approaching the mat right now is Rashoni Azad, representing the IJF, and he'll be in the white gi and he'll be up against the Azerbaijan Husanov in blue. Well, you would say, looking at these both athletes and the statistics, as far as results are concerned, Husanov, world ranked 28, has the advantage here in this first round. But as we know, with many world-class events, anything can happen in this sport, and you can never take advantage of any situation or feel that you have the upper hand. Well, in the opening round, seconds of this contest, you've both seen both athletes have picked up a Shido for passivity. Lack of action now, but it's woken up Husanov a little bit. Has a bit more of the upper hand with the controlling grip, as you can see. Husanov there with the left hand on the lapel. He's trying to control, but there was a nice move there. Rashnozad just flying over there with that Sianagi attempt there, but still very much in the contest. Has a very strong upper high collar grip, and for the Azerbaijan that causes a few problems. Rashnozad, they're heavily strapped on the hands, as you can see. Not surprised, a very heavy gripper, but gets caught there right under his opponent. Husanov takes the lead now, which gives him a fair advantage with halfway through this contest. Works his way into the Niwaza, looking for that Jujikatami as he tries to draw that arm out. A little bit of rotation as the hips go down, brings the leg right across his own body, trying to rotate his opponent onto his back. But the ultimate trying to draw out that arm at the same time. Looks a bit of a stalemate at this moment. Rashnozad held on very tightly there, showing the strength of the athlete. 1 minute 25 seconds remaining. Husanov from Azerbaijan with a comfortable lead, Wazari on the board. Staying very light on his feet there, looking for an opportunity to get the upper hand on that grip, but right ankle position, both athletes head to head there, battling for the best grip they can possibly get in this opening round. Both coaches tentatively looking to their athlete. A little bit of a nerve-wracking situation. A loss at this stage of the contest would mean they'd be out of the World Championships, and neither of these athletes really want to be out in the first round. Rashnozad, heavy gripping style there, just planted it in the wrong position and caught Husanov in the throat there, as you can see, trying to clear his throat and calm himself down. Referee giving him that opportunity. Obviously not an intentional sort of attack there. Rashnazad really stepping up again now, knows that he's trailing with a Wazari and desperately tries to come back. He's got that high left-hand collar, drawing down on his opponent, trying to aggravate and really create a sort of reaction from his opponent to open him up for an attack. He looks for the Niwaza, keeps himself very tight indeed with the double lapel grip as he draws him down into the ground, but very little following through on that movement. Huzanov knows he has the advantage here, trying to calm the situation. At this stage of the contest, doesn't want to make any mistakes, just trying to slow the pace of his opponent that obviously is stepping it up a gear to just trying to come back into the last seconds of this match. Comes over the top, now works to the Niwaza, but sadly he runs out of time. Huzanov takes the first win. He goes through to the next round, and I'm quite sure he'll be relieved to get that contest out of the way. It was quite a fierce contest indeed, very heavy gripping styles there. So here's some of the highlights of that. As you can see, there was the Morote Sianagi, drops right under his opponent. Great attack, good opening for this contest, really unsettled his opponent. And then Yoko Sutemiwaza there working nicely on an attempt a second time on that, and was this time anticipated very well. But some really good judo came out of this match. So here we have, representing Australia, Cats Joshua in the white, Alali representing Kuwait, well, Joshua, Cats, over the years we've seen this young man flourish. He's becoming very confident out there and a real contender, and the most of the events that we've seen. One of the first times saw him was in the European Open in Glasgow. Great performance there, just missed marginally out of the medal. 7th place he took in 2018. But this year, the Asian Oceania Senior Championships was just again outside the medals with a 5th place. "23 years of age, Cats, his opponent 24. Cats coming in for a Sianagi. Didn't get those hips in deep enough. Alali looking a little bit apprehensive there, is unsettled right at the beginning. Cats has come out really determined. Another good entry there, very deep. Blocked well though by his opponent. Alali there has a better grip at that opening. Sadly wasn't able to capitalize on that. Katz once more takes control of that lapel with the right sleeve, but as you can see, a makikomi attempt there as he rotates his opponent over. Katz rides it, comes in deep, looking for the Judo Katami once more. The arm is getting drawn out. As you can see, the action of his opponent desperately in a bit of trouble there, but manages to slip that arm out. Well, he didn't, he got the ippon. We didn't see the tap from there, but Katz finally got the submission he was looking for, with still a minute and a half remaining in the contest. He'll be delighted to move through to the next round. Another step in the right direction as far as confidence for Joshua Katz. And here's some of those highlights. It was anticipated that, and a little bit predicted, that Katz would be the most dominant in this contest. Some great entries, but there was a bit of a tricky moment there with that makikomi. But for Katz, it capitalized on that situation as he rotated, looked for the opportunity for the Judo Katami, and took full advantage of that situation. Now we have Basu representing Morocco in white. And representing Slovenia in the blue is Starkel. Basu, 41 on the world ranking, just winning the African Senior Championships last month. Both young athletes, 22, Basu, David Starkel, 24. But Basu there, straight in. Well, that was a little bit of a wake-up call there for Starkel. Has to be really careful not to give too much opening there for the Moroccan. Comes under that arm again, as you can see, trying to wrap up, drawing his opponent into him. Coming around the back, a very, very strong grip there, nice and controlling, and gives him quite an advantage of going from the forward to the rear attacks. But can also look very defensive as well. Will the referee see this as being a defensive? Yes, he does. Both athletes pick the first Shido up for passivity. Lack of engagement in this contest, so again, a little bit of a firm warning for both. A Sodi attempt from Basu. Didn't get the leverage that he wanted. And Starkel into the Niwaza, looks comfortable down there as he digs in deep. Tries to get those feet under his opponent's legs so that he can rotate him over. He's also got the upper hand and control, but very strong Basu, keeps himself in a very powerful position. David Starkel picked up a bronze medal in the European Open just recently in Zagreb. One that we've seen on the European Open Tour, not so much on the World Tour, but he's given a good performance out here against a much stronger opponent, I would say, and more experienced. Basu reaching forward, left hand on the lapel. He's trying desperately to get that other sleeve grip for better control. As he draws on that, you can see the arm quite rigid in the inside. Starkel again drawing down on the head. Basu feeling that an attack was necessary as he was drawn to the edge of the contest area. Very dangerous thing to do. It can look as a negative attack and you can pick up a penalty for that, but Starkel picks up his second Shido. Now we know a third one would result in a Hansokumaki. He's got to be very careful now and he's got to start engaging in this contest. He's been on the back foot right from the beginning here. Basu piling the pressure on. He knows he's got the advantage here and he'll play to that strength. Works off the sleeves, both athletes, but Basu in a stronger controlling position right now. But I think Basu, holding that sleeve grip, looked very negative. It backfired on him. And now it's even Stevens here, 2 Shidos apiece. Either one makes a mistake now, and that's their debut in this World Championships, over and out. An attempt there of an Uchimata. Didn't really have the leverage of that sleeve to get the rotation over, but a good entry. Shows that he's engaging, and while he's attacking, his opponent's defending, which when it comes down to this situation of Shidos, Starkel does not want to be on the receiving end. He wants to put as many attacks in as he possibly can to show that he is fully engaged in this contest. 49 seconds remaining. A very dangerous situation that both these athletes are in. Neither one of them can make a mistake. Starkel again on the receiving, as you can see, as he's been edged to the corner of the contest area. But Basu puts in that very soft attack. He's got to be careful. As much as it is important to attack, it cannot be seen to be a false attack. There has to be a bit of movement there. And that's the type of movement we want, where Starkel rescues himself at the latter stage of that turn. Just under half a minute remaining. It could be that we go into golden score. But as you can see, the body language, the frustration of the Slovenian there really hasn't got any answers. Takes hold of the first lapel. He's got the second, but again, he's trying to block the first attack from Basu. The coach will be desperately saying to her opponent, keep fighting, keep engaged. Starkel really needs to put an attack in right now. He needs to be in there. Well, he's rescued by the bell, but how long is he going to be rescued in golden score? Can he change this round? He comes in, well, well, there you go. He had to, well, he shakes his head, but he had to open up. He had to do something. He put himself in a difficult situation. He left himself too high when he came in for the attack. The hips needed to be lower. 1 foot off balance and paid the penalty for it. Basu goes through to the next round. And he'll be up against Kali in that next round. And there's some of the highlights of that contest. Basu did take control of the whole contest. There was moments that he made it difficult for himself, but he did look throughout the stronger opponent to go through to the next round. Starkel was out there, he was surviving. There was moments that he had the opportunity, especially in the Niwazo, as you can see here. But picking up penalties like that really changes the dynamics of the contest and puts you in an impossible situation.
Tatami 1, next contest, first round for men under 60 kilo. In white for Czech Republic, David Bukrabek. In blue.
Well, now we have representing the Czech Republic, David Pukbarek in the white, and Yildiz of Turkey in the blue. Well, lovely Sianagi there, beautifully executed. Pulkrabek there, seeking medical attention. Just recently 5th place in Zidane. A Grand Slam. But this young man from Turkey, a strong athlete that's up and coming. Great potential here for Turkey. And a wonderful opportunity for an exposure at the World Championships. Beautiful change of direction there as he spun over, going one direction and spinned back to getting that Wazari. Nicely executed and took his opponent really off guard. Yildiz 47th on the world ranking, and in Italia 5th place, but Junior European Championships last year was a bronze medalist, along in 2019 where he picked up a bronze in the Junior World Championships. And like I said, for Turkey, this is real potential that's coming through, and definitely someone we will see a lot more in the future. Not an easy job standing out there in the middle of the mat as you're waiting for your opponent. You're only there with your thoughts. He's down a Wazari, so that will be very frustrating at this moment for him. Not a lot to distract yourself, unlike his opponent, who is trying to get patched up. But he's getting a little bit of reassurance from his coach as he's out there in the field of play. Pulkrabek there back in action now, knowing that he's a Wazari up. Good position to be in, but there's still a long way to go. 3.5, just under 3.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Gives him at the advantage, but there, Yildiz, being a young and very determined young man, is going to be wanting to come back. As you can see, trying to chase his opponent, advancing forward. Pulkrabek just taking his time, creating an opportunity to take the first grip. He works there in the knee waza. He tries to lift him up. Yildiz defended nicely. Again, Yildiz coming in, chasing him a little bit, wants that grip, looks for the sleeve, now wants the lapel before he then advances into the attack. Finding it difficult to get two hands on his opponent. Pulkrabek just does enough and no more, but that was a little bit of a false attack for the Czech Republic. Two and a half minutes remaining. Pulkrabek trying to draw his opponent down into the knee waza, breathing quite heavily there. Yildiz again chasing. He knows he's a Wazari down, but he's still got plenty of time. He's just not got to panic. He's got to pile the pressure on, and Polprek is finding that pressure a little bit overwhelming, as you can see, dropping onto his knees. He's looking a little bit scrappy there. Shida for Polbrek. Yildiz again very aggressive in his approach in this since that break that we've had. Looks quite frustrated, but he's got to channel that. He's got to focus on the contest at hand. He can't let his head overtake here this contest. He's got to stay in control. He can't get too emotional here, but oh, there's a mistake. Managed to rescue himself when he attempted a Sutemi Waza. Left himself a little bit vulnerable there. Polbrek had an opportunity, let that one go. Wasn't sharp enough in the transition. Yildiz again comes over the top. He really is aggressive. He's going for this contest. He's not giving up. He's still got 1 minute. He knows he's still got time. Polbrek is really under pressure. He's been hanging on to that Wazari right from the beginning. He's starting to wear down a little bit, and Yildiz knows it. You can see it in his eyes. He's really focusing. He's staring through him. Oh, yes, what a nice movement there. Don't see it. He just lost a little bit of control at the final stage of that entry. Little bit loose. Polbrek reacted nicely. I don't think he got the score there, but the referees will take another look. Little bit loose with the arm there, as you can see. Got him on the tip of the shoulder. But Polbrek knows he is in trouble. 39 seconds, but there's only one Shido on the board. He can afford another penalty by keeping his opponent at bay. But can he? That's the question. Yildiz is really going for him. He knows he's got the capability of throwing. He just needs to get two hands on, and you can see the frustration. The second Shido comes. He's got 29 seconds. Now Polbrek has to really be in this contest. He can't afford to make any more moves. This is an ideal opportunity for the Czech. He needs to keep him down in the Niwaza, but the referee has called mate, giving another lifeline there for Yildiz to come back with 18 seconds to go. Can he come back into this contest? Can he rescue this contest? Well, he's put himself in an awkward situation. The clock ticks away. Polbrek knows by keeping him down on the ground, valuable seconds are eaten up on the clock. But you can see the head is all over the place with Yildiz. He has lost a little bit of focus there. He's got so frustrated, and rightly so. He really has, right from the beginning, come back and came back strong, but just... Well, that was definitely a tough win for Polbrek. He didn't have that contest easy. Very challenging for this young man from Turkey, though. What an amazing match. He gave it all. It was so close. Just got caught right at the beginning of this contest, like most athletes can, most of the best athletes can. As we can see, that lovely little turn, the twist under, and then changing direction for the Sienagi. Beautifully executed. You can't take that away from the Czech Republic. Nicely done, but a couple of opportunities there for Yildiz. But there again, nice technique.
Tatami 1. Next contest, the first round for men under 60 kg. In white, judo representing Hong Kong, China. Home run. In blue judo representing Portugal, Rodrigo Lopes.
So now we have representing Hong Kong, Long in the white gi, and he's up against Lopez of Portugal. No, don't have much information about this young man from Hong Kong. Not to say there isn't much out there, but under our investigation, very little to see where he has been and what he's done, but definitely can't underestimate him. There's no doubt about it, and Lopez won't. Both with strong kumikata, nice control, leaving him a little bit loose, need to engage a little bit deeper. Lopez entering there, trying to draw his opponent into the niwaza. Well, fond memories for Lopez here in Hungary. It's a lucky place for him, as he would if he believes in luck. The Grand Slam last year picked up a bronze medal here in Hungary. And I remember one of the last times that I did see him was in Brazil Grand Slam, where he just missed out on a bronze medal there. Great performance though from him, so definitely someone to keep an eye out on. A little bit standoffish there at the beginning. Nicely, an upright, strong posture there from Lopez. Comes over deep around the back with a sleeve grip. Just controlling and no more. Getting a feel of this contest and a feel of his opponent before making any movements to attack. A bit of a mind game out there at this moment. A flexing of muscle and a flex of control. Again, he takes that sleeve to the frustration of Lung, and he comes over with that Sodi, scoring a Wazari. Keeps it in that fixed position till the mate. Doesn't want to take it any further there. Once again, he takes that sleeve, controls very nicely, looks for the Sodi once more. A little bit predictable there, as you can see, Lung anticipating those moves, and able to block them a little bit better than he did in the earlier stage of the contest. But still doesn't have any answers for himself to come through and show that he's a contender in this contest right now. .46 athletes in total in this weight category. And I think that face says it all. Very disappointed in himself, but for Lopez, it's a great start for what he hopes is going to be a good day for him in this competition. There you have it, the Osota deep on that lapel and on that sleeve, driving through with that shoulder, full effort, 100% commitment, and smashes him over. There was no chance for his opponent to get out of that.
Tatami 1, next contest, first round for men under 60 kilo. In white, judo gi representing International Judo Federation, Akash. In blue, judo gi representing Ecuador, Lenin Prescado.
Well, representing the International Judo Federation, Akash in the white. Presaido. represented Ecuador there. Presido just missed out on a medal in the Pan American Open this year, but in April became the Pan American Senior Open champion. Presido trying to come over the top there, draws his opponent into him. Akash a little bit weary there, but a nice turnover into the Niwaza there from Presido. Good transition, but the referee calling a halt to it. As Akash now leaves the contest area for medical attention. It will also give him an opportunity to try and to bring his thoughts together. A plan of action. Presido, obviously on the tatami, has plenty of time to communicate with his coach. Well, as you can see, there's some of the highlight. That was a lovely little turnover. Sadly, it didn't count. It looked so effortlessly, but obviously with the mate call, the relaxing of his opponent made that look so spectacular. Not always easy, as I've mentioned before, being out there in the middle of the tatami. Frustration, you tend to start cooling down when you've built up that heat in your body, and that determination, that mindset on how you're wanting this contest to go, and you have to stay fully focused with the distractions around you. Akash now is back in. He picks up Shido as well for a defensive action. Presido takes the lapel, throws that arm over the top, as you can see, trying to connect. Akash coming underneath as the arm comes over the top. But again, he hasn't got much of a rotation. He's got to be careful with there. Although he's trying to turn in. Hooks in with the Ochigari. Nice attack there, scoring a Wazari. Now he's looking to transition into the Niwaza. You can see double grip there around the legs, making it very difficult for Presido to maneuver. Akash is most probably thinking, what do I have to do to get past the defenses and the threats that his opponent is now firing at him all the time. Doesn't seem to have the solution right now. Over the top. Presido now once again, he's got an opportunity to capitalize there. He's got the shimmy waza. Not quite sure if it's connected under the chin, but it looks open from this angle as he levers down on the arm to try and brace a little bit deeper on the shimmy waza. Better positioning now, but turning through full view of the referee, which is always an advantage, so that they allow the contest to stay in play. Well, Akash did extremely well. It looked like it was all going to be over and done with there. There was a great opportunity for Presido to finish this off. Couldn't manage it. This shows the determination from his opponent. Presido calculating his next move. He's got that lapel, he wants deep onto the belt. Sutemi was an attempt, but it was a ploy to get his opponent down into the niwaza. But the defensive actions from Akash picks up his second Shido. And yeah, the look of frustration from Akash seems to be that this is an uphill struggle for him. Sianagi attempt though there, good entry, very little upper body control though, but nevertheless very sharp. Defends there in the niwaza. Presido trying to get an opening, whether it be with the arm or the shimiwaza. Well, 37 seconds remaining. One Wazari, two Shidos on the board. Akash is most probably just wondering what he can do now in this last half a minute. Presido knows he's got the advantages of Wazari, not to make any mistakes right now, just to secure his place in the second round of this World Championships. That's all that's on the mind of this young man from Ecuador. Picks up a Shido, but with 4 seconds to go, he's not going to be too bothered with that. Akash, a little flurry to his opponent, but I think the expression says it all. A little bit disappointing, but he was up against a strong opponent on this day. Presido goes through to the next round, but a good first round for him, and he'll be delighted to get that one under his belt so he can move forward now, knowing how his day is going to feel. But there is some of the attacks there, the Ouchigari that scored him that Wazari, nicely executed, well controlled, driving off that back leg, focusing on the positioning of where he was going to plant his opponent. Now we have Kalmatov representing the Ukraine in white, and Lagvara jumps of Mongolia in the blue. Well, the Mongolian 27 on the world ranking. A very young Mongolian, 23 years of age. Kalmatov. Very strong upper hand. He's trying to get that high collar grip, drawing his opponent down. Well, already the Mongolian has started to accumulate these Shidos. It's not looking too good with the 2.5, just under the 2.5 minutes remaining. He really hasn't had much opportunity. The strong gripping style of the Ukraine has been quite tricky for him and really frustrating. Well, the Mongolian defends there, now works in the Newaza, trying to get an opportunity down there to finish this contest over, and he really does need to engage any minor mistakes here. Kalmatov once again looking for the Newaza. Well, 2 Shidos apiece now. Kalmatov looked like he had really had the domination within this contest and has allowed that to slip away. That as he defends there, he's really allowed the Mongolian come back into play and to take the win, really. Although it was a Wazari, but 35 seconds. He really has let this one slip away. He looked as if he had it all sewn up within the first half of the contest. The Mongolian picking up 2 Shidos, but there you have very low attacks, slip in the head under the strong gripping defense of the Ukraine to give him that Wazari. Kalmatov has got a really tough a very tough challenge now. And attempting a Tatami was, it comes off the belt, but again gets himself all tied up in the Newaza. Well, Lagva jumps, steals that one at the end. My goodness me, you wouldn't have predicted that in the first half of this contest. You thought he was going to be over and out within the first 3 minutes, but what a comeback. He just kept his composure. He stayed focused and managed to capitalize at the end, taking that Wazari and the win into the next round. Good strong left hand on the lapel there, controlling quite nicely. Even the Newaza looked very good to the end. Step across for that Tayatoshi. The Ukraine all the time at the beginning looked very strong, but just that last exchange left it far too loose. Now this is the man that we've all been looking forward to seeing in this weight category. Nagayama from Japan in white. Nuralayev representing Uzbekistan in the blue. And already the Uzbek picking up the first Shido. Nagayama, #1 world ranked, and sadly not selected for the Olympic Games, so there'll be a bittersweet there. He's here representing Japan in the World Championships. He will be only here for one thing, and that's a gold medal. Whether it softens the blow of not being selected for the Olympic Games, I doubt it. World Championships was a bronze medal, where he lost to Chick Vimiani in the semi-final of that World Championships. But since then, he's come back very strong. Tashkent was a gold medalist in the Grand Slam there, and last year in the Paris Grand Slam was gold medalist. So this someone who's always very familiar and being on the top spot of a podium. Nuralayev there taking medical treatment. Nagayama staying very focused. Iliadis there, the coach of the Uzbekistan team. Phenomenal athlete, and coach now seems to in some ways be as strong as his athletes. Sets a standard. And is doing amazing things with the Uzbekistan team. Nuralayev now back into action. Bit of a strapping on the finger. Nagayama taking his position. Advances forward, takes the sleeve. He's looking for that left hand to come round the back, but opts for a double sleeve grip. Drops under his opponent there for an attempt of what looked to be a Tomonagi, Yoko Tomonagi. Didn't have as much leverage underneath his opponent to make it effective, but a nice Seoinage. Nuralayev, a couple of flurries of movement there, but not strong enough attacks to worry the Japanese opponent. Bit of a knock to the head for Nuralayev. Nagayama staying very strong, good strong posture. Good strong gripping action. The double sleeve grip that he's looking for seems to be very effective at this moment. Nuralayev, as you can see, trying, he's got to be careful. It looks like he's trying to block that lapel grip. An attempt of a Tomonagi there for the Uzbek. Nagayama now tries to create an opening in the Newaza. Rotates his opponent over as the #1 seed in this World Championships. And the predictions of myself and my colleagues as someone who could quite easily be the world champion at the end of this day. An attempt for what looked to be an Ouchigari, but very soft attack. Got to be careful having any soft movements against Nagayama. Could find himself on the receiving end of a counter. Very bouncy, light on the feet, Nuralayev, but gets caught with that Seoinage determination. He keeps driving through and gets the Wazari he was hunting for. Oh, lovely attempt there. Again, another soft attack from Nuralayev. He came over, you could see the arm threw over the top, but didn't actually connect, creating an opportunity and exposing a weakness there for his opponent as he come through with the Seoinage. With 1 minute remaining in this contest, Nagayama takes the lead with a Wazari. Tomonagi, nice aerial awareness there from his opponent, spinning back up onto his feet. Nuralayev trying to get around the arm. High sleeve grip, comes round the back, a little bit dangerous there, but oh, what a change of direction, but anticipated so well by Nagayama. Once again for Nuralayev, it looked to be a good attack, but it wasn't strong in the kumikata. The grips have to be much more secure. When he plants two hands on Nagayama, he must make sure they are strong. Again, he throws that arm over, leaves himself very vulnerable. Nagayama straight in, ruffles his feathers a little bit there. And there you have it, Nagayama takes the win and moves through into the next round. A good opening round for Nagayama, but I think we'll see a lot more of this young man throughout the day as he becomes stronger.
Tatami 1, next contest, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In white, judo representing the Republic of Moldova, Nikolai Foka. In blue, judo representing Azerbaijan, Karamat Husseinov.
Well, here we have the second round at the under 60 kilos, and this is Foka Nikolai representing Moldova in the white, and he's up against Husseinov representing Azerbaijan in the blue. Now, we saw Husseinov in the earlier round, looked quite confident. A strong first round outing, but this will be a little bit more of a test for him here in this second round contest against the Moldovan. Foka from the Republic of Moldova, 23 years of age. Looks to be suffering a little bit there. Let's see a replay on that. Well, as you can see, he had the grip, but it was a bit of a twisting action into that straight arm that locked out on his opponent. Foka last year in Tel Aviv was a bronze medalist in the Grand Prix and seventh in the under 23 European Championships. He's a young lad that's been growing from month to month, year to year. Great potential for this team, but at this moment looks a little bit uncomfortable there. Hopefully that won't affect his performance here in this contest. '76th in the world ranking. Both looking for the strong, controlling grip on first, both looking for the same type of grip, which is on that lapel, high collar. Husanov having to be very careful with the way he defends his lapel to avoid his opponent gripping up. That's an infringement of the rule, resulting in a Shido. Drawing each other down head to head, double lapel grip, both athletes. Foka coming in with that Ouchigari. Getting a slight reaction from Husanov. One minute 46 remaining in the contest. Neither one of them really showing any sort of dominance against each other. A match that could go really either way. But as you can see, he's holding his lapel and he's got to be careful. I see the referee having a little bit of a look at that. And Husanov's got to be careful. He holds that lapel, which is a infringement of the rules. I wonder if he's actually seen it. A Shido apiece. And a mate to calm the referee down a little. The referee to calm the personal coach down. As we know, there is no correspondence between the athlete and coach while contest is in play. Husanov coming in with the Sianagi. With the angle that his opponent in, it was very difficult to get very deep under his opponent to get that lift. But he got a movement, which means that it's not classed as a false attack. As he draws now onto that arm, looking for the Jujikatami. Tries to draw it out, keeping the pressure on the back of the neck as he can try and spin his opponent over, exposing that arm. But as you can see, Foka had a very strong control on his own arm and avoiding the danger that he was facing right there. Well, if he just managed to get under his opponent just that little bit deeper, there would have been a score, but wasn't to be. Foka coming round the back, a gutsy engage there. Husanov, right angle, he'll pick up for defensive posture. He will pick up a second Shido on that. And there you have it, Husanov with a Wazari though. And 19 seconds to go. Cannot afford to take another Shido. It would result in the hand Sokimaki. He's defending and defending hard. He feels the pressure and threat against his opponent, but there capitalizes on how the Moldovan had to open up in the last seconds, creating an ippon and a win for Husanov, for Azerbaijan, who goes into the third round of this under 60 kilo category. And there's some of the highlights there. That was the Sianagi, nice movement. Very difficult to come under, but there's the Kosota Gak coming through and following it into the Niwaza. Nicely controlled. No. So So we have Kaya representing France in the white, his opening match of the day in the second round. And Cats we've seen in the earlier round from Australia. '17th on the world ranking list, this young man from France. And a possible threat here for the Australian, 25 years of age. 7th, just missed out on a medal in the European Championships this year, but picked up a silver medal in the Antalya Grand Slam. A great performance for the Frenchman. Someone that's always there threatening on that podium positions.
Number 3, next contest, second round for men under 60 kilo. In white, Judo representing.
But Cats really determined to go through to the next round, putting in some strong attacks. Not threatened by the quality of athlete or intimidated in any way whatsoever in this contest. Kaya coming over deep onto the back. A Makakomi attempt, the legs very widely spread there. Didn't manage to get the rotation. It was blocked nicely, anticipated well by the Australian, who stays deep in the Niwaza there, looking to create an opportunity for himself as it comes onto the back. Looking for the arm, as you can see. Kaya looking a little bit in trouble there. He was a bit threatened, as you can see by his reactions as he comes straight up onto his feet. Wasn't going to mess around there in the Niwaza. He wants him up in the ground in the Tachiwaza. He wants to expose him there where he feels that he is the stronger opponent. High collar grip, draws down on the head of Cats. Sutemi was her attempt there. A minute and 40 seconds remaining. Kaya throws that right arm over the back, very, very deep onto the jacket. He's got a very strong sleeve grip as well, as Sutemi was a once more attack, drawing his opponent down on the ground. But he doesn't seem to have a very smooth transition into the Niwaza. I think he's just wanting to stay in the Tachiwaza, staying up onto his feet. He feels most probably he's stronger standing up. Cats comes in for a Sianagi, but unfortunately didn't have much of a controlling grip on his opponent to make it feasible to throw. Throws that arm once more, but Cat's determined to get it engaged in the Tachiwaza. Looks a little bit frustrated there, left himself a little bit exposed. Kaya didn't really capitalize on that, but the body language was looking like he was trying to disengage with his opponent. He's got to be careful. He's got to stay focused on a strong opponent from France. Picks up a Shido, and that's the third and final one to his frustration. And Kaya takes the win on a Hansokumaki. Now coming up we have Basu. Now Basu had a very strong opening first round match. He'll be oozing with a little bit of confidence as he goes into this second round where he's up against Kelly of Peru. Peru, 26 years of age. Gold medalist in the Lima Pan American Open this year. Strong opponent in the Pan American continent. And actually looking on form throughout the year, whereas we know has been very challenging for all these athletes with the pandemic. Kosota from Basu. Little bit slow to react in the Niwaza. Kelly working off the sleeve grips. Basu very low in his attacks with stepping across what looked to seem an attempt of a Tayatoshi. Comes a cross grip round the back. As we know, you can't just hang on to it, you've got to use it straight away. Beautiful Uchimata though, nicely done. For me it looked like a score. But obviously the landing wasn't planted as well as he would hope to. Basu continues there, but definitely in the driving seat of this contest, full control over his opponent. Kelly really surviving out there right now. It is his first match of the day, so the warm-up has already been done for Basu. He's had that first round feel. He knows what it's like. He knows how his day's going to go, unlike Kelly, who's the first match of the day, and it's still a warming up process for him. Does he get enough time, though, to start engaging in this contest? Well, Basu is all over him. But he's got an opportunity here as he works his way down to Niwaza. Doesn't look confident, though, to continue there. Halfway through this contest and already it feels like a lifetime out there for Kelly. Picks up his second Shido. Kelly not happy with that controlling shoulder grip that he has, that Basu has. He's trying to lever down on that sleeve to avoid any control, which is obviously very defensive if you're not going to do anything with it. Well, coming up to a minute and a half remaining in this contest, the second round of the under 60 kilos. Basu, we've already seen his form, looking very strong in the opening round. Kelly, this is the first time we've seen him, and a little bit of a shock to his system being up against someone who's actually raring to go already. Again, the upper hand here is with Basu. He's got good, strong control on the shoulder of his opponent, dominating the pace of this contest. And Kelly attempts a very half-hearted attack, leaving himself very vulnerable. And with that strong, controlling back grip, allowed him to counter and pick up the Wazari. Soft attack, but there the counter, he was waiting for it, gave him enough space to maneuver in. Just played a bit of a waiting game, sort of tempted his opponent enough that he eventually under pressure took it. took the bite and now has paid with a Wazari against him, and a Wazari is upon there for Basu to take the second win of the day and a place in the third round. Well, Basu is looking on form. He's very calculating out there. He's not a risk taker. Very focused young man in this competition and very determined to do well here in the World Championships for Morocco. And there's some of those highlights, as you can see, calculating throughout. Always one step in front of his opponent.
Tatami 1, next contest, second round for men under 60 kg. In white, judogi for Kazakhstan, Gusman Kyrgyzbayev. In blue judogi for Czech Republic, David Kulkrabek.
Right, Kyrgyzbayev we have now from Kyrgyzstan in the white. And Pomparek representing the Czech Republic in the blue. Kazakhstan in white, Czech Republic in the blue. Now again, we have seen Palkrabek, we've seen him in the first round, looking very strong. He had a major challenge in that match. It was definitely a wake-up for him. Brushed off a lot of cobwebs there and opened the lungs for him. So he'll be prepared for this very challenging match against the Kazakhstan. th in the world ranking. Well, he'll be looking for a score there, but good kumikata control, but whether he executed the move is another thing. I think that was all done by Palkrabek. I think all his efforts, so but he tried to steal his thunder. A lot of pitter-patter going on there, lack of non-competitivity there. So both athletes pick up a Shiro. Again, that lovely little spin through that we saw in the first round that won him his last match. Definitely a nifty little move that he has. Kyrgyzbayev trying to pressure his opponent on the edge of the contest area. Well, it's definitely been a battle between these athletes. Just under a minute remaining, and 2 shidos apiece. Kyrgyzbayev now looks to have that arm, the Katami. Whoa, what a mistake Pokrabek made there. He gave it to him with a big message saying, take me, I want that. And Kyrgyzbayev capitalized on that opportunity. It must have been absolutely relieved considering the way this contest was going. So Kyrgyzbayev goes through to the next round. Again, that Sianagi, but just lost a little, he lost his balance, didn't come in deep enough. He knew, look at in his face there, that arm and shoulder was totally exposed, and the arm came out so easily. Kyrgyzbayev had his birthdays all wrapped in one for that one. What a present to be given there in the last stages of this contest.
In white judo representing Portugal, in blue judo representing Germany, Lucky.
Now we have representing Portugal in the white Lopez. Again, we saw him in the earlier rounds and he was looking quite sharp. He's up against the German in the blue gi, flanky. And for Lopez, this could be a bit of a tester for him. Moritz, 30 in the world ranking. Uchimata, well, he seems to be firing on all cylinders, this German. Lopez has got a bit of a shock to his system there. He's had a bit of a wake-up call on that, and needs to now start opening up and taking a little bit of control. A bit of a desperate attack there for Lopez. Has to make that a little bit more precise. Can't leave himself exposed to any weaknesses against the German. Plavki, very strong in his niwaza, ties those legs up very tightly around the neck, as you can see, the arms there as well. A little bit of a lever on that arm would get that out for a juji. And there you have it. Oh, can he get it exposed? Oh, it's so close. Whether it's on the elbow. Oh, there you see it. Plavki there, obviously concerned. Good sports. Well, that's what you can't do. You can't leave yourself vulnerable against the Germans, especially in the niwaza. Plavki did extremely well there. Good opening round for him. He'll be delighted to get that one out of the way and move through into the third round of this competition. Well, Plavki, they're 25 years of age, a lot of maturity and this man's judo. Missed out on a medal in Kazan Grand Slam this year, but had a great performance 2019 was looking very strong, and it looks like he's come back on form here for just in time for this World Championships. Jacadeo from the Netherlands now in the white up against Prix of Ecuador. Tonic, 12th in the world ranking. One of my favorites of a place on the podium. Just missed out on a medal in Tbilisi this year, the Grand Slam. But in the Doha Masters, the beginning of the year was bronze medalist, and a great performance from this young man. Always thereabouts, either on the podium, still to get that ultimate goal, but looking very strong here today. Well, 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this contest. Prix has got his work cut out for him against a very strong Dutch opponent. Comes round the back there, very strong control in belt grip. Piling a lot more pressure on his opponent as he swiftly moves to the edge of the contest area. Oh, what a throw. Well, that was just so open, and there was so much movement going from one opponent to the other that you wasn't sure who was going to capitalize on that moment. It started off with the Dutchman dominating and really pressurizing his opponent on the edge of the contest area, but it really backfired on Jacadeo, leaving himself so exposed, and Prix takes the lead with a Wazari. Well, have I just given them the kiss of death here? As one of my favorites going through for this Dutchman, he's got his work cut out for him again now. He's got 1 minute 40 to come back from that mistake. Left himself a little bit loose here, and now he's got it all to do. Prix really can't defend too much, too long to defend. Jacadeo having to stay focused, can't allow his head to rule, his emotions rule his technical process, but again he left himself exposed. Prix comes in with that coach, he controlled it nicely. Jacadeo tried to counter it, but already the hook was in. He was nailed with the Kochigari, and sadly he's out. Second round, first fight for him in this competition. He'll be desperately disappointed, but Prix goes through to the third round and raises that fist with delight. The Uchimata. And the rotation, a continuation of that move, comes round the back, firmly executing that technique. That was well thought out and very well executed.
Tatami 1, next contest, the second round for men under 60 kilograms. White for Mongolia, Jones Ulbold. In blue for USA, Adonis Diaz.
Lakvajams of Mongolia now in the white. We saw him in the earlier round, and he's up against Diaz and Adonis of the United States of America. This is the first match for the American. Diaz, 25 years of age. Last year in Lima, Pan American Open Championship, was a gold medalist there. And in the Montreal Grand Prix back in 2019 was really on form, where he picked up a bronze medal there. Just missed out on that same year with a medal in the Antalya, Tel Aviv Grand Prix, Israel. Someone that you tend not to forget. He is actually a nice judo player. He's got some beautiful skills. Just needs that break to shine through against a very tough lineup of athletes in this weight category. Beautiful Kochigari from the Mongolian. Didn't follow through with a very strong driving foot, but it exposed a bit of a weakness for Diaz with the feet. So he's got to be careful with the ashiwazas there. Oh, the Kosota again. Said it, and no sooner that it was exposed again. The weakness with his feet was the Achilles heel for Diaz there. You saw it with the Kochigari, you saw it with the Kosota. He left himself so exposed for those ashiwazas, and the weight on the heels really has to address that for the next event that we see him in. He'll be disappointed, a long way to travel. But as always, another step forward in the right direction for experience. The Mongolian goes through to the next round, the fourth round. Well controlled, as you can see, the arm across grip on that lapel, full body weight through the center of his opponent. Diaz really had no escape from that movement. Very flexible and a nicely agile move into that technique. Well, we're going through these matches in this weight category very quickly, and as we can see, a bit of a sort of deep clean of the tatami, the world we live in right now at this moment, for the safety of all our athletes. But coming up very shortly will be a quite an exciting match. The favorite, Nagayama, the #1 seed for Japan. He'll be in the white gi, and he'll be up against Husanov of Azerbaijan in the blue. class or?
No, about this morning, doing some of the exercises. We have a short break. We were all right doing the exercises. We went back to pick up something off the floor.
Sometimes, I sit like, and after 3 fights I do like this, and I think people on the stream, they will hear my back like...
Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue the contest on Tatami 1.
So bloody strong he is. He's a little powerhouse. He's such a nice Now we have Nagayama in the white, Husanov from Azerbaijan in the blue. Well, it's been a stroll in the park for Nagayama at this moment. I don't think he's been truly tested in the first couple of rounds, but definitely Husanov is out to change all that, and we'll see if he's capable. There's a lovely Sianagi there from Nagayama. He tries to follow through in the Niwaza, but a little bit slow to react there. Husanov was attempting to get back on his feet, wasn't going to stay too long in the ground. Again, nice turn in there for Husanov. Definitely not intimidated by such a strong opponent, and most probably one of the strong favourites of winning the title here today at this World Championships.
In Tatami 3, next contest, second round for women under 48 kilograms. In white, judo representing Slovenia, Marusha Stanga. In blue, judo representing Japan, Koga Wakana.
Husanov taking that sleeve, trying to control the sleeve down. Comes through, looking for the lapel, trying to ruffle the... Oh, what opening! Hey! Oh my goodness! That looked to me like Ippon. It was so close, and definitely has got a... It deserves a replay on that. Can this be the first upset of this World Championships? Again, that lovely little move that we keep seeing so often. No, a Wazari there. It looked very impressive, and it was so fast that you could be tempted to calling it Ippon. But Nagayama now really has to step it up one gear. He cannot be so laid back. He was really coasting in the first round, and now he's got his work cut out for him here. Sianagi attempt. Well, he's got a second lifeline here, Nagayama. Sianagi, oh, Husanov anticipated it well, reacted strongly against the strong entrance of Nagayama with that Sianagi. Got the lift, but just didn't get the finishing with the upper body control. Husanov is really looking strong out there, very determined and definitely not intimidated by Nagayama. Nagayama really coming in for a Sianagi, looking for an Ashiwaza there as well at the same time, trying to change direction, but anticipated a good feel from the Azerbaijan. He really has a great understanding of this contest and has a good feel of what's happening. Anticipates so well the movements of Nagayama. Nagayama starting to look a little bit frustrated there. He's trying desperately to get two hands on his opponent. Husanov. Well, this is a great match for the Azerbaijan. 1 minute, 18 seconds remaining, and he's not letting up at all. The Azerbaijan is all over him. He knows that if he stops now and defends, then that creates an opportunity for Nagayama. He has to stay fully engaged, and he has to dominate the pace of this contest. He cannot allow Nagayama in. The danger of him slowing down right now will be detrimental to the result of this contest. Nagayama coming on the high collar. Still looking quite composed, but he must be eaten away inside of thinking, do I have enough time? And that is the big question. We know he's got the ability to throw. We know he's got the capability of winning, but does he actually have the time now to do that? With 36 seconds remaining, Husanov has dominated this contest. He's played it so well. And now tactically, he's got time to really play it to the strengths, regardless if he picks up the penalties or not. It takes a slip of concentration for the Azerbaijan. I don't think he's going to do it. 15 seconds to go. It's going to be hard. Husanov has been great in this contest. Not just great, fantastic against the Japanese. And with seconds to go, the big upset of the day. What was on everybody's lips? Nagayama being world champion, and Husanov has killed that dream. What a turnaround, fantastic. Well, what a performance from the Azerbaijan. An amazing fight there. He took the fight right from the beginning. He dominated it from the opening. He was all over him. Nagayama didn't know what hit him with the opening seconds of that contest, and he really couldn't have an opportunity to rescue it.
Tatami 3, next contest, second round for women under 48 kilo. In white judo gi for Tunisia, Umayma Tepiumi. In blue judo gi for Italy, Francesca Tatami. Tatami 1, next contest, third round for men under 60.
Well, now we have the third round, and that's Haya and Basu, and both of these athletes would have been watching that previous match with surprise. A surprise maybe not so much, but definitely an upset for many people who'd be watching Nagasawa, and really Nagayama wanting him to do so well. Haya had a bye in the first round, in the opening round for him, and the second phase of this competition looked extremely strong and positive. Basu has been fighting right from the word go. A Sianagi attempt there, but leaves himself a little bit vulnerable there as he rotates, just over-rotates onto his back. Kaya could have had a chance there to capitalise on it, but didn't see it until it was too late. Basu picks up the Wazari though, and that puts him in the driving seat of this contest with 3 minutes remaining. The daunting question for both these athletes. Huzanov, can they defeat this man that looks to be just on form? The winner of this match will go on to meet him in the next round. Basu leading with a Wazari. Under 3 minutes remaining. Still a long way to go, and as we can see, things could change so rapidly throughout this contest. It's very unpredictable right now. Kaya is a very strong opponent and has got a good dominating grip right now, as you can see, with the high collar, draws deep onto the belt, steps across, and obviously draws his opponent to his knees in a defensive action. Kaya all over him on the top, but stays a little bit too high. Oh, what a lift and what a finish there. It was, for me, Ippon. I looked at that. They'll have another look at it. There was full control. Came over the top, got the lift, used the feet to control it, over he went. Wasn't quite sure, though, if there was a touch on the leg, though, as he entered into that exchange. Coming up to the halfway mark. Basu very dangerous, and for Kaya, he has to stay very grounded in this contest. He comes up too high, he leaves himself vulnerable for the big lifts. Basu can come under the belt and he can lift, and he's got a good rotation there. Kaya, although he likes the high collar, over the top, deep belt grip, he needs to draw down rather than stay high. He comes up high, he will leave himself exposed. Sutemiwaza, Sumigeshi. Most probably more of a ploy to get himself out of trouble, as he was being backed onto the edge of the contest area. Kaya getting slightly frustrated there, piling the pressure on, trying to get the dominant grip. Not really succeeding as yet. Basu been able to react and anticipate Kaya's moves. Staying very composed, considering the pressure is on. Basu, it's not allowing him to affect his concentration here in this contest. Kaya on the belt, but doesn't do anything with it. He really has to react a little bit sharper than he is at this moment. He seems to be reacting rather than taking action. He's got that belt grip, but he's taken a little bit long. But a Sumigeshi attempt, scoring a Wazari that levels this contest. We're just under a minute remaining now. We've got the Waza, and that's where we saw his strengths in the last contest. And here it is again. Ippon with the Jujikatami. Basu just left his arm, left himself so vulnerable there in the Niwaza. And he will be absolutely gutted with that result. He did so well leading up to that point, And even then he was questioning the sumigation. It left his head exposed and left himself so vulnerable in the niwaza. The contest wasn't over. There was no mate, and that was the mistake that Basu made. So Kaya and Husanov will be in the next match, so that'll be very interesting to see how that one, how they perform in that round. But here we have Plavki representing Germany in the blue, Kyrgyzbayev in the white, Kazakhstan. Well, both these athletes sizing each other up here, looking to get the most dominant grip before exchanging of attacks. Well, Kyrgyzbayev knew they had that Wazari. He was just waiting for the referee to react, which will take a slight pressure off, but not a lot. Can't take anything for granted at this level of competition, especially against the German. Plavki left himself a little bit open there, exposed to that side. Now again, vulnerable in the niwaza as he tries to defend there, but Kyrgyzbayev working around towards the head. He has got that leg caught up, but still he's concentrating in tying the head up and securing that arm first before trying to attempt the leg. Referee obviously feels that there isn't much action and opportunity to gain the dominant position in the niwaza, and rather than wasting time, gets them back up onto their feet. Well, Plavki has got a lot of work to do now. We're coming up to the halfway mark. It's not to say that he's not capable, but he's against a tough opponent who's already shown that he's on form here today. Controlling of both sleeves, again, an infringement of the grips, which will give him that Shido. In fact, it was a gripping. Well, Kyrgyzbayev there leading, one Wazari. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Still a lot of bounce in those legs there for Plavki, who tries desperately to get past the defenses of his opponent. Still doesn't manage to get a strong grip. Nothing secured right yet, but he's working on it, stays very focused, tries not to pile the pressure on himself, not at this early stage. There's still plenty of time, but he has to stay very focused and confident if he's going to try and defeat Kyrgyzbayev. But the confidence is just growing more and more with Kyrgyzbayev as he has that lead. Staying very much in control. takes the sleeve, cross grips, comes round the back, brings the leg in front, touches that foot as well, giving him a little bit of a threat there, the German, anticipating whether it'll be a forward attack or a back flap, but he turns in looking for the Uchimata, but again exposes himself into the Niwaza, where Kyrgyzbayev is now trying to work away. Well, Kyrgyzbayev felt it was a little bit shortchanged there in the Niwaza. He thought he had a little bit more time and he was in a good position, but the referee thought differently. And in fact, it was because of his grips. Now, that's the second time he has done exactly the same infringement with the gripping. I believe it's the fingers up the jacket, which really is unprofessional to give away such valuable percentages as she does. One more would be a result of a hand sokimaki, all that hard work undone with... Well, with 11 seconds to go, as long as he doesn't put the fingers up and do the gripping fingers up the sleeves again, which you'd hate to think he would, but I wouldn't hold my breath at this moment. 4 seconds to go, Wazari up, Plavke trying desperately to come back, and obviously no time. So Kyrgyzbayev, although he had us all on tenterhooks in that latter stage, he takes the win and goes through to the next round.
Well, thanks very much, Loretta. Good tough contest, that one. Right, who have we got coming up now? Lenin Preciado of Ecuador. This is Loretta's favourite. She's missing. Klakvajampt spent all morning trying to pronounce his name, and then, oh, I see why she's run off now. Oh, Wazari. Klakvajampt's just catching Preciado. He's angry with himself, actually. You can see that. He gets caught here. Big Koso Dagaki. All that right leg went underneath as well, didn't it? It looked dangerous for a moment. Scored early, did the Mongolian. Put some real pressure on Preciado. I like Lenin Preciado. He's one of the nicest fighters in the category on the circuit. On the adjoining map, by the way, is another one, Hjore Verstraeten. Two really top super lightweights. Those are the kind of guys you want to practice with. They're going to give you a terrific run round, but neither of them are killers. Ecuadorian coach fancied that for Wazari, but there was never a score there. And now Preciado picks up a penalty for passivity. Still got plenty of time on the clock. Just depends how explosive Klakvajampt is, if he can come up with a second score, or whether Preciado can weaken him over a period of time. Just has to avoid giving up another score. My Spanish isn't up to anything, so I can't tell you what his coach was trying to impart to him, but Preciado here has gripped up, gone over the back, tries to go left side and gets countered. Yeah, just a little bit too far. Just overstretched himself there. And Klagverjamp's able to come up with a second score. And it's the Mongolian who makes progress. Right, chance to have another look at that. That's just when the right foot, I thought, might be a problem. He was lucky. Stretch a tendon there or something, and this is where he just went a little bit too far. Klagverjant saw him coming, or felt that anyway, and was able to take him backwards. Right, so it'll be Klagverjant to face Guzman Kyrgyzbayev in the first of the round 4 contest. Yes, you heard it right. 2, 3, 4 rounds. No, sorry, 3 rounds. three rounds, quarter-final, semi-final and then final. Well, you can tell where our microphone is. Must be right where Husainov's feet are. No, that was Walid Kaya stamping on the tatami, getting himself prepared for this quarter-final. Right, well, here we go. Husainov, conqueror of the number 1 seed, Nagayama Ryuju. Put him out in round 3. He's up against Walid Kaya of France here. Yeah, well, he caught Nagayama with that. Kaya must have been watching. He's seen that one coming. Not sure if that's the best tactic from Walid Kaya to get too close and gripped up in that way with Husainov. I think Husainov is perfectly happy with that style. Maybe not with the arm around the body, but certainly with the arm around the head. Ready. That's one. Minute and a half gone. There's still so much time left on the clock. And Husainov must be on an absolute high after that defeat of Nagayama. And it wasn't, it wasn't close. He gave him a good beating, threw him twice. The first one could have been Ippon. Nagayama was lucky to come out of it, but I think he'd got shaken up. He'd been dumped on his head early, and he never really recovered. He never looked settled. He looked a little bit roughed up. Anyway, that's gone now. Husainov has got to just keep focused on the job in hand here. Getting past Walid Kaya. What an opportunity for him. Absolutely fantastic opportunity for Husainov here. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did do a preview, and I told you so. you know, you have a look at some fighters on the IJF tour and you just think and there's something about him at the moment that just looks dangerous, and Husseinov is one of those fighters who just began to show a little bit in the last few tour events. Minute and a half left to go. No score. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Finally balanced at the moment. I'll just say that Husseinov was shading it. Well, they may have a look at that. I'm not too sure. I think I'd have gone with the referee there and not given a score. No. Yeah, they've had another look and they want no. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if there was going to be a score, it was going to be Husseinov's. But I would have gone with the referee there. I wasn't 100% convinced about it. On the replay, they've had a look. Yeah, down on one elbow. They're going to have to look at that one as well. Nah, elbow down, no score. It's not the easiest of contests to officiate, but he's doing a good job. Glad I'm not in the middle. Oh, he's going to burn another Shido here with a minute left to go. That is dangerous. Husseinov can't afford another error, and he's got to keep up the attacks as well. And now Walid Kaya is just going to be all over him. Head up, he needs to get his head up here. This is not looking good. Yeah, breathing heavy. Walid Kaya is going to be full on now. That second Shido is going to hurt him. He's got to grip up and he's got to attack. Head up. He's got that head down again. This is it here. Husseinov has got to put one attack in this last half a minute, and then you leave it up to Walid Kaya, but he's got to come up with an attack. It looked like a push out. Yeah, got away with that. No, and I can't believe that he's done that. That is so poor. Yeah, you've just thrown it away there. After all of the hard work of beating the #1 seed, the Japanese, how many people do that? And then you just throw it away. That's tactically poor from Husseinov. Now he's going to have to drag himself back through a repechage contest, whereas Kaya, who hasn't thrown him, has just roughed him up, manhandled him, did a perfect tactical job, but that's why he represents France. They're that clever, they're that smart. He didn't have to do anything apart from tactically outperform Husseinov. It's a shame that went that way, but 3 penalties, you know, it's just too many errors. Right, who have we got coming up next then? I feel sorry for Husseinov in a way, because he did come up with the only score, but you get 3 opportunities to, well, you get 2 to burn a Shido. The third one is like, don't do it. Right, here's Loretta's favourite, Klagfajamts. He's on again and she hasn't had to say it. Practiced all morning. He's up against Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. It's Kyrgyzbayev in the white judogi, Klagfajamts in blue. Nice big Asia matchup here. Just took a moment there for Kyrgyzbayev to recover. A little bit of a bump. Very similar in stature, this pair. They like twins, same kind of haircut. That's a lovely score. Terrific bit of work from Kyrgyzbayev. Yoko Tatami was up. There's so much upper body in there as well. Yep, really well done. Yeah, it's not over for the Mongolian. He's got another shot down in the repechage, but it's Kyrgyzbayev who's going to go into the semi-final. Walid Kaya and Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. Who would have put that down? That's another name that I mentioned, Walid Kaya, but not Kyrgyzbayev. He's performing really well here. Clean. That was clean. Well worked, well thought out, well executed. Good finish from the Kazakh player. Right. Not sure what we've got coming up here then. Possible that we may have a bit of a break on mat one. If that's the case, we'll be back with you as soon as we've got more judo. It'll be Loretta Kusakdor when we come back.
Zainov is in white. This is a repechage fight, so they've got to win this one. The winner will be fighting for bronze, and they'll be fighting somebody from the opposite side who loses in the semi-final. Oh, nice technique there from Hagvajamps from Mongolia. Nice bit of Ashiwaza.
Then drops Sianagi right the way underneath, and Agua jumps went onto his side here. Goes onto the same side, hands on the sleeve. It's all about the landing. Have a look at the landing. Sometimes it's at the wrong angle for the referee to see it properly, so then it goes to the video. Again,
qualifies for the bronze medal contest. Tatami 2, next contest, semi-final for men under 60 kg.
Kettes számú szörnyeken előzőtől következik férfi 60 kg-ban, fehér csukóruhában Franciaországot képviseli, Valit Kiár ellenfel a Kazaksztán színeiben, Usman Kirgizbayev.
Tatami 3, winner of the repechage in white for Spain, Francisco Garrigos. Next semi-final for men under 60 kg, Tatami 3, in white for Kazakhstan, Makjan Shamshabin. In blue for RGF, Iago Abuladze.
Open match, both these fighters going for it. French haven't had a world finalist some time actually, and other than the great Teddy Riner, that is. Rely on him, absolutely. For a 60 kilo fighter to get there. Together, each one hand on already. So bad on the edge. He really has. He has thrown 2 penalties away for his there, but it's because of the pressures of there. You know what I'd be shouting if I was coach.
Tatami 3, winner of the semi-final in blue judogi, representing RGF, Iago Abuladze. Abuladze goes to the final in the category for men under 60 kilograms. Representing Kazakhstan, Shamshabin will compete for bronze. Tatami 3, next contest, repechage for women under 48 kg.
Now then, it can be anybody's. Just looks flustered. Kyrgyzbayev just needs to calm down. Now it's up to Kata to come back. Anybody's match this.
Here's again the preview sheet printed up.
Gonna happen from here. One of them's gonna go here because they're both right to right, and it's normally your own technique. Can't just put them flat on the back. Used to be that they
Can't be fucking bad, can it? And these were not the top seeds, were they? Not the top seeds. I'm really chuffed about that.
still anybody's match.
Abeladze
Who's
was
gonna
one
go
of the
through
top
to the
4,
final?
no doubt about that. So you could pick
Two
him.
chances of a medal.
But the others, they were the
Now
other
into
seeds.
golden score.
Takabatake, Abeladze, Verstraeten, Garrigos, Chikadua, Kyrgyzbayev, and Wally Kai actually was one of the top 8. So the only one that I really got the pick on was Hussein
One more
who
Shigo
is
and
now
either
in the bronze medal match.
Kyrgyzbayev
That's not a bad thing.
starting to come a little bit more confidently. Just needs to calm down. He's been off balance the whole contest. But credit to Kia, who's obviously had the most amazing tournament. Now then, somebody's going to go. Certainly not a place I'd like to be there. Arms around the waist and just all too close. Good match. It's gone into golden score, but this is a good match, and it's a tactical match as well. They're both of them. They're fighting from a tactical point of view, but that's okay. Semi-final of the World Championships. Kyrgyzbayev likes it from here. Ooh, almost counted him. Nice Ouchi attack from Kia. Both starting to gas a little bit now, as you would expect. Over the top, both of them. Now, who's going to go for it? If he goes onto the belt there, Kyrgyzbayev, he'll have to go in. One mistake, and it's going to cost. French will be willing KR to go through. They really will, because having somebody else in a world final for the men would be a real coup for them. A real breakthrough. Obviously, Nagy, no hands. Got to be careful of that. I thought so too. Possibility. You can't just drop on your knees. This time he had two hands on. That one was a bad technique. He just fell onto his back there. But you have to consider Kyrgyzbayev just killed it dead. Carry on. Oh, he's lost it. Oh, it's gone against Kyrgyzbayev. KR, big smile on his face there, and so he goes through
Golden
to the
score,
final.
Tatami 3.
Well, I'm not so sure they're not going to change that. Are they going to change it? So a video referee might come in here and change this, because I didn't see that. I saw it as KR. third Shido. In my opinion, it should have gone the other way round. So here we go, it's going to carry on, and yeah, that was against the run of play, that's for sure. Now then, he's going to go off the belt, and it's all over. It's going to be all over. Look how he scored there. Look at there. Back. And he is inside. How a contest can change all within 20 seconds. KR thought he was in the final, and then it's the other way around. Kyrgyzstan is in the final, and
Tatami 3.
excellent. And I said that
Semi-final for women under 48 kilo. In white for Japan, Koga Wakana. In blue for Spain, Julia
look
Figueroa.
at the pickup, how it does it, and look at the landing as well. KR's going, I don't think it was a score. All within 20 seconds, he won and lost the match. But, saying that, and I really don't believe that the Shido should have gone to Kyrgyzstan. For sure, it was either KR or nothing.
Kettes számú szőnyegen elődöntőknek győz ezzel a döntőhelyük. Usman Kirgiszbayev.
Tactical point of view,
Valit Kiár
as far as
a bronzéremért küzd majd.
tactical match, that was good stuff.
Tatami 2 next contest, repechage for women under 48 kilo.
Kettes számú szőnyegen női 48 kg-os visszamérkőzésen szőnyegen áll. Spanyolország képviseletében Laura Martínez Abelenda ellenfele Argentínáért küzdő Casey Perafan.
Of Argentina, and this is to get to fight for third place, and straight in there, Martinez. Has she got it? Well, it's across the face there, straight across the face. Mate immediately. Great transition there from Martinez, but gotta go underneath the chin. She's had a good tournament for the fan. She really has. Got to get rotation on that Sianagi. Get away with it this time, but she must rotate on it. You have to take into consideration whether it's been stopped by her opponent, whether the arms and the power of the opponent have stopped it. But look at that, Martinez gets a Shido there. Stiff arms, and we've seen a lot of it, haven't we? Especially on the sleeves. Double sleeve grip. We've seen a lot of it. Pushing the sleeves down, not using the action-reaction to go in. Better rotation that time. You'd expect tough matches at this level. A little bit of nerves, and also it just changes the whole thing. It could be to get into the bronze medal match of any Grand Prix, Grand Slam, the World Championships, Olympic Games, just carries that little bit more. Changes the game plan. I think it's when you're afraid to lose comes into the equation. It's not just about winning, but being afraid to lose. It changes the way you play the match. Drops in Aggie. Full rotation this time from Perafan. Every time we've seen her attack, she's got further and further round with her hips. absolutely brilliant. It was a great technique, it really was. Katafan was getting further and further around with the hip. She's gone again, and that's going to be all over. Was Ellie was Etienne partner, that actually was the full effort. So she fights for third place, Katafan, and I've got to say that she fully deserved that.
Tatami 3, winner of the semi-final in white judo for Japan, Kata.
Kettes számú szőnyegen visszamérkőzésen győző Prafan.
Katafan,
Tatami 2,
Argentina will
the
go
last
through
semi-final,
to fight
with
for
under
third
48
place
kilo.
at the World Championships.
A kettes számú szőnyegen a nap utolsó elődöntője következik, női 48 kg-ban. Szőnyegre még fehér oldalon, Koszovó színeiben, Disztriya Krasnicsi, ellenfel a japán képviselő, Tsunoda Natsumi.
Here we go for the semi-final then, and what a match this should be. Krasniki here up against Tsunoda. And Tsunoda has just gone through them like a knife through butter. 3 arm locks, 3 judo katamis. Krasniki had a difficult first round. Look at that. Well, they've given a score there. I think they will have a little look at that because of the landing. Tsunoda scored, did the Yoko Tomai. Have a look at the landing. See if the arm comes in to stop it. If the elbow's out, they've counted it because it's on the side as well. Have they counted it or will they take it off? Yes, they let it go, and so Tsunoda is ahead on Krasniki. She's going through this World Championships, unbelievable. It just really is. So simple, and this is where she scores with the Judo Tatami. Krasniki not having any of that, nothing at all. But she's got the touchy buzzer as well. She's not just got the Newaz in Tsunoda, she's the full package. Sumagaeshi this time. Starts off Sumagaeshi and then turns into the Tomahawk. But brilliant stuff. So Krasniki started to get into it in her second match, a lot better in that match, but going to have to be on top of her game here against the incredible Tsunoda.
Well, hello and welcome to our wrap-up of all the action from the first part of day one at these World Championships 2021 here in Budapest. I'm delighted to be standing alongside Loretta Kusaktól, former world champion herself. We're going to chat first of all about the under 48 kilo category and then about the under 60 kilo category. Good afternoon, Loretta.
Good afternoon, Sheldon, and what a morning we've had today. First day in the World Championships and some exciting stuff and some real big disappointments.
Well, let's take a look at what happened with the top seeds. We had Distra Krasniqi of Kosovo as the number one seed. She made it all the way through to the semi-final safely, and then she came up against the unseeded Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan.
Well, that was a semi-final, wasn't it? And like you just said, we had the two top seeds in this, which was Krasniqi and Munkbat, number one and number two. And both now we see them in the repechage for fighting for a bronze medal. And the two Japanese girls in the final, a gold and a silver medal, guaranteed, with still one in reserve going to the Olympic Games. Can you absolutely believe that? That's for me a country's dream, isn't it? When you have Tomoaki Fuma that's still out there, and she'll be there representing Japan in Tokyo.
I can't remember a time when two unseeded players have come through to a final like that. There's always one seed there. You may have a bit of a surprise, but both unseeded players.
But it's amazing when you see, like when you looked at the semi-finals, when you had Krasniqi, you can't take away from her. She has been on form. Great performance, solid performance right through to that stage, but then was up against some real stylish judo. There was some amazing judo, and again, you can't take it. The style and the transition for the Japanese, the ability to throw at any diagonal, and then also that transition work they have into the niwaza is making them very, very strong.
And we saw that in that final double-footed tomoe-nage, didn't we?
Tomoe-nage, and yeah, she wasn't finishing there. It was straight into the niwaza, and this is what we were seeing throughout with the Japanese, is that their ability to throw and a wide variety of technical skills, but it is their ability to then transition into niwaza so swiftly and so successfully.
Well, let's just talk about some of the people who fell by the wayside, because we know Melanie Clement was the number 4 seed. She lost out to Tsunoda Natsumi in round 3. Koga Wakana, the unseeded Koga, accounted for Marusa Stanger early on in round 2. And then it was Munkbat in the quarter-final who came across against Koga, and that put her down in the repechage contest. She came through that, and she's going to face Distra Krasniqi in the bronze medal contest, or one of the bronze medal contests. The other surprise for me was Kelsey Perofan of Argentina. She's going to face Julia Figueroa of Spain in the first of the bronze medal contest. Julia Figueroa having lost out to Koga in that semi-final. Did you get to see the Koga-Figueroa semi-final?
No, I didn't see that one. But throughout watching, just a glimpse of watching her throughout the day by the corner of my eye while I was watching my own mat, which was very, very interesting indeed. And for me, again, like I said, repeating myself, it's that transition from tachiwaza to niwaza that makes them unstoppable. And I think it puts an edge of being unable to commit themselves, their opponents to commit themselves into the tachiwaza techniques because of the fear of going into niwaza. You see some of the athletes, they're holding back where you're wanting them to really commit through the technique, but the fear is going into that transition. They're getting caught down there, and there's so many top athletes that have been caught down in the niwaza.
I think we should also mention Shireen Buckley, who appeared to be going great guns until she came up against Julia Figueroa in the last of the quarterfinal. She lost out there, and then she lost out in her repechage contest. So just to round up on that, the first of the bronze medal contests, Kelsey Perofan of Argentina will be up against Julia Figueroa of Spain. It'll then be Munkbat Urensetseg of Mongolia to go up against Distra Krasniqi of Kosovo, and the final is Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan against her teammate Koga Wakana. Okay, that's the under 48 kilo category.
Matches coming up, that's all I can say, and I wouldn't want to make a prediction.
I think we'll try, though. We'll try.
I don't know.
Right, let's have a look and see what unfolded in the men's, the under 60 kilo category. And before we go too far with who's in the medals and everything, I want to go very quickly to who was out and who was out early. Koga Genki went out in round 2, his opening contest. It was quite a shocker for me. For Matan Kokolayev of Israel. Never heard of him. Really, newcomer for me, and he put out Koga Genki. I was expecting to see Koga, do a bit here, but in the top half, the world number one seed Nagayama Ryuju in round 3 lost out to Karamat Husseinov of Azerbaijan. Tell us your thoughts on that one.
Well, Nagayama, he started off so well. There was a lot of confidence there. He went in as number 1 seed. Obviously, this is a man that's pretty disappointed. He's not going to the Olympic Games. He's not representing Japan. And he had a point to make here at this World Championships. And but he came up against Hunazov. And for me, that was the crunch. It started off with the big explosion from Husanov that just caught him unawares, and he just could not rescue it. From there, it just spiraled out of control, and he just didn't have a handle on that contest at all. He never, at one stage without that match, did he look like he was going to get back in. And it was an amazing match and a really wonderful win for Husanov. And for me, it was someone that you could see becoming world champion until the next match, and it went all horribly wrong.
It did indeed, and I like to go down in the warm-up area and chat to some of the fighters and everything. I haven't done that this time around because of the COVID restrictions and that, although we're all in that same bubble, so we can do that. But I did get off my backside and go down and look for Husseinov, as much to say, well, what went wrong? Because here you were on the brink of a place in the semi-final, having done all the hard work, and then you came up against Walid Kaya, and tactically you were inept. You really fought poorly tactically, because you came up with the first score. He actually was no, he didn't.
No,
he didn't. He did. He did score. He scored Wazari, and then it was the 3 penalties.
3 penalties, and he lost him.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
For me, for Kaya, I felt right from the beginning he was very, very strong. But he wasn't dynamic. He was just very cautious. He picked off his opponents. He played a very sound but solid and strong game. And it wasn't that he committed himself and he wasn't up front at any stage, but he played a good waiting game, and he was frustrating his opponents. And when it came to this match, again, like you say, he was down at Owazari, and then he was up Owazari, and then was just picking off with the Shidos. And the frustration you could see was getting built up throughout that contest. And for me, right from the beginning, I thought that Kaya was on form. It wasn't special. There wasn't something that was outstanding about him. I just thought he was playing a really strong performing game. And he knew exactly what he wanted, but he wasn't rushing it. There was nothing that was going to rush him through each stage of the competition. And for me, Husanov just gave it away.
It was a poor performance in the end.
It was
tactically poor.
It was really poor, and it was frustrating because, especially when you saw with Nagayama, that match was amazing. It was the fight of the day for me. I thought it was a great match between them two. A lot of excitement, the biggest upset right at the beginning, and then it just seemed like he switched off completely. And I was wondering why. And we actually spoke about it, that obviously the Olympic Games, he was in pole position for Olympic qualification, and he's got a teammate that was down in the bottom half,
but pretty close behind him,
and right behind him. And I think when it came down to this, the results at this competition at the World Championships, it was really on this who was going to go qualify for the Olympic Games.
He could have taken his foot off the gas, couldn't he?
He could have, and I think that's what happened. I think when he got to that stage, it was, I've made the game. So his mind not only was performing for the World Championships and trying to get where he could have quite easily gone into that semi-final and failed at that hurdle, but I think his mind was on the big picture. He had the Olympic rings, and I think he lost concentration when it came to that with Kaya.
Right, we've had a bit of a dig at Karamat Husseinov, so let's just say something nice about him, and that's that he bounced back in the repechage contest and won the repechage contest, so he is in the bronze medal contest against Magzan Shamshadin. Where did Magzan Shamshadin come from? Absolutely amazing performance. We saw him when it was... He took over from Francisco Garrigos in that quarterfinal. He defeated Francisco Garrigos of Spain, who was the number 2 seed, and after that, he was just looking so good. Mind you, he came unstuck against Yago Abeladze of Russia. Did you RJF? Did you get to see that?
I did see that, and that was a match and a half, wasn't it? I loved it.
And at the end.
It was a brilliant match. Abeladze, what can you say? I think he is on form, and I think when you look at Kyrgyzbayev, it's going to be a great final. There's no doubt about it. But Abeladze, I think, is, look, you see here, he was dynamic. He was dressed up for it. You could tell it's heart and soul, the concentration, the focus, the desire, everything was flowing through that man. And part of me just wants to see finishing it right to the end with being on the top position of the podium.
He's having a word with him there in the Newa zone. When they got up, they had another couple of words. It all ended really nicely.
I asked him, did he need a pillar to hold him down, just to give him a bit more comfort?
Right, so Husseinov will face Magzan Shamshadin of Kazakhstan. In the second of the bronze medal contest, it will be Francisco Garrigos to go up against Walid Kaya. The final is Guzman Kyrgyzbayev and Yago Abeladze. Kyrgyzbayev, it was who overcame Walid Kaya in their semi-final.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm looking at both performances, and there's been some highs and lows. There's been some solid performance, but there's been some outstanding performance. Abeladze, for me, I think could take that top position. But Husseinov, definitely for me a bronze. I think he deserves, based on the overall performance, although there was a little period, a blip in his day, as we could say. And then Kaya, I would like to see him go through again. It was a very strong performance, a lot of desire coming through, and I think he's fit to be there. So we'll just see.
Okay, we're going to be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches when we return for the final block on day 1 of competition here at the World Championships in Budapest. But from Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.